So, episode 3 seemed to be the weakest one so far. That's probably why they made it episode 3. Honestly, like, it started off pretty promising. And we got some good backstory for Tyrion, which was good. And we got, like, you know, we got the romantic developments that we wanted. So I can't complain about any of that. It was a little lame that they kind of went back to the arcane construct thing. But it did kind of, like, reward me for thinking of it ahead of time. So it was alright. Like, that was okay. I'm neutral-ish on that. The ending was just too abrupt. That's kind of the biggest issue. I almost want to say, like, they probably planned for more, like maybe even planned to have a third trial scene, but then, you know, didn't have the resources to complete it the way they wanted to. So they just had a cutscene where they explained the rest of the holes in the plot. I mean, they did explain everything at the end in, like, in a blitz, so... So yeah, the construct just knocked him. Poor choice of words on Von Lloyd Von something's part. He's like, grab him. No, you're holding too tight. Stop. And he just lets him go. That was bad. Anyway. Yeah, it started off really good. There's a lot. I'm also kind of noticing that there's, like, kind of a little bit of a pacing issue from episode 2 and 3. Cause, like, it seemed like the first 3 chapters they took their time and everything went, like, really well, and then, like, then chapter 4 and chapter 5 just kind of, like, it seemed to go a lot faster. They're spending a lot of time setting stuff up, which is good. But, I mean, I guess, like, the chapters don't need to be equally spaced. So it's not really a problem. It's just an observation that I'm making. But, okay. Let's go ahead and do case number 4. I can find it. Oh, it's French girl. Severed ties. It's Regis? Miriam Friga. Something like that. I don't know if she's French or if I just decided that she was French. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. Ooh, are we gonna not? Are we getting Ace Attorney investigations with Arya Steelman? We experienced the world through his eyes, capital E for Eye of Horus, and fought for justice through his soul. Has Eris actually been the narrator the whole time? What? But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another? Start from. So maybe we'll end up at Tyrion. I can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year. I wish Frey was still alive. She would know what to do. Wait, how did you know Frey? I mean, Misty Faye. She made it look so effortless, and he loved her. Wait, she made what look effortless? Is Frey also not my mom? Would he have listened to her if she were still here? Beatrice Frigga. Oh, it's Emiliance Leveler without the pointy ears. Huh. Oh, she's got like, these gloves are cool. They got like floofy. Is something the matter, Timur? Why do I gotta have another French girl? I can't come up with new voices every time there's a new character, you guys. No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial is about to begin. I don't doubt your abilities, but I'd still appreciate it if you remain focused. All of our futures are at stake, after all. What? Of course, Miss Frigga. Occupation freelancer? What is happening? Is this a pasty chapter? Beatrice takes a deep breath before she claps her hands together. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just the ritual that I use to calm myself. Right, I'd almost forgotten about that. More importantly, what are you doing here? My father sent me to guide Beatrice through the courthouse. It's a new environment for her, and we were both worried about her condition. I wonder if I actually, like, surprise twist, I actually ended up playing as Beatrice, or even Eris. I still can't believe you were the boss's daughter this entire time. Alright, so this takes place after they met her at the school. Or no, she might have already known her, since Ruby had been to the school before. Why didn't you say anything at the academy? Oh, knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it? He's not my... Anyways, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet, but I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil. You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives you a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom. Parental troubles? We had an argument earlier. It's nothing to worry about. If you say so. You are worried about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. Alright. So I guess stuff's already happened in this case. He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. You just hope that he's not planning to do anything reckless. The trial is about to begin. Do you really have the time to be making small talk here? Prosecutor Sion approaches the three of you, but she appears to be accompanied by someone else. Nightgrave, is that you? What are you doing here? Well, he's accompanying me as my aide for this case. I see, so I assume you'll be prosecuting? Of course, I would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Timura. That's what she tried to do before. Really? If I recall correctly, you haven't even beaten Tyrion once so far. Miss Steelman, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You almost look surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might rescue yourself. I am more than capable of being objective. Oh no, this is gonna have something to do with her boyfriend. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelman, please calm down. Oh, how I love a good reunion. Oh, wait. If Beatrice is standing there, does that mean that she's not the defendant? Because usually the partner stands there in those shots. I mean, could be it. Never mind. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Miss Steelman, is the prosecution ready? ... Miss Steelman? Oh, of course. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Something is off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her? You're not supposed to do that, but she's the only one. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelman, could you please list the charges? Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frege is the formerly missing daughter of the now-late William Frege, and the victim of the murder is William Frege himself. Yes, I'm well aware of that. The people of Wivengard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frege's head. Please, the only people mourning him are the banking house's shareholders. Oh yeah, they're the conjurers. The conjurer bankers. But anyways, did you also say the defendant is accused of grand theft? Wait, the ship? Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frege Manor yesterday evening. The Haraldson Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. Maybe Frege is Italian. I mean, they don't exist on Earth. They're not earthy in nationalities. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wivengard Historical Society. One of these items was the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. Spelling is an ancient artifact when wielded by a creature. That creature and anything connected to them physically or magically are immune to all harmful magical effects. Legends say that it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. I wonder if Eris and her dad are demons. We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat using the letter opener. She was already holding a sword. He died of blood loss shortly after. William Frege. I'm looking up to see if Frege is like a specific nationality of surname. It's found in the USA, the UK, and Canada, so it is French. Died at 3:12 a.m. Cause of death was blood loss after his throat was slashed open. Both carotid arteries were severed, meaning that death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Body shows several scratch marks on the face and back. Traces of illusion magic were also found on the body. I see, but what possible motive would the defendant have to murder her own father? I want to kill my father. William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. Okay, so Beatrice might also be part of the resistance. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not contact any of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frege household because of her toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. Nice cape. She also has a nice cape. I won't disagree with your claims, but that just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I can't possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball, but nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night, and these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, you're playing right into our hands. William Friega's inheritance has been added to your notes. Beatrix Friega fled from her family 5 years ago in a high retaliation for Oh. Easy. She's an illusionist. Oh, I guess that's like... I guess they're sisters. They look pretty similar. Wait, he's 62 and he had a 23-year-old daughter. Sounds like a nobleman. Although... it's not that. I mean, if you had, like, multiple kids. Is she still in here? What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence of our testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware of that, and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during that meeting. But as long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steelwind. Do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? 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 What do you mean by that, Ms. Timora? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frege is considered legally disabled. However, legally disabled? That's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. Does she use illusion magic to make it look like she has legs? Oh. She's completely blind. Completely blind? Is this true? We have several medical documents and testimony from several chirurgeons attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything. Squinty. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. She's unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified through several medical reports and qualified chirurgeons. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of? I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. Oh, man. If the court would just let me elaborate. Steelwind, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. The sword actually negates the display case it's in. How ironic. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the Sword of Spell Eating on the lock leading into the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? I'm compelled to agree with you, Ms. Timora. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. This is just awful. The Steelwinds are clearly just attacking the Fregas now that their head is deceased.
Objection!
Is she objecting to the audience? Enough! Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case. Nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment. Very well, Miss Steelwind. I suppose you have a point. Guess the young lady has some claws after all. But it doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things your way. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Shouldn't he state his name and occupation? Right. We didn't want to cause panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. We did a search of the house, and we found a stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run. The Crown Prince asked her, told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he had already locked himself inside his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged, and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the sword of spell-eating. We have testimonies to say the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get part of his inheritance. The inheritance that she was part of. The case against Beatrice is just as you predicted, and you already have a countermeasure to prove the existence of any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. Swing. But I have to get all the flavor text. Wait, doesn't the sword make the wielder immune to magical effects? An anti-magic field would have only disempowered everyone except the thief. Yeah, well, we didn't know what the sword could do until after the investigation. Up until then, we thought this was a dusty old artifact. That seems pretty negligent. Are you sure you're qualified for your position, Orm? Oh no, what? You don't gotta be that mean. The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. Aw, she's sticking up for Orm. One could hardly expect an ancient artifact to have magical capabilities. Yeah, ancient artifacts never have those. Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander? Stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom, that's how he knew it was her. That seems like a strange conclusion to jump to. My client hadn't stepped foot into Frege Manor in years. After being gone for so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else. I'm not sure about the details, but one of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb that room. Well, Miriam, one of her sisters, he said. Wonder how many kids that guy had. I guess she was hoping that her sister would come back one day. Oh, it was Leafy. Leffe. Didn't look like she was going to run. See, I wouldn't have known about Leffe if I didn't press on everything. Didn't look like she was gonna run a crown princess. And why would the prince tell you to stand down, Orm? Well, Crown Prince Aster knew the defendant well. He was confident that she wasn't going to flee the scene because she's blind. You sure he just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence. The Crown Prince is vouching for the defendant? Why are we having a trial? It is, however, I believe that the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. What? Are you sure your judgment isn't simply being clouded by your jealousy? Dude, all these Frege girls are trying to... all these Frege girls are trying to make out with Aster, aren't they? Even Liffe. Your fiancé was previously engaged to my client, after all. Oh. Good. You're enjoying this a bit too much. Yeah, didn't your fiancé dump my client? Thanks, Ruby. William Frege was in a bad mood that year. Did anyone else see him enter the study? A few people. One of them was Leaffe Frege, the victim's second daughter. So she's older than Miriam then. She said that he was really irritated at night, so he went into his study for some peace and quiet. I guess his meeting with the defendant put him in a bad mood. But if the manor was covered in an anti-magic field, how did he lock the door magically? I'm not sure how, but the locks in the manor aren't affected by anti-magic fields. Huh. How? He said he's not sure. Magical locks generate a smaller anti-magic field around themselves, so it's an anti-anti-magic field? The two fields cancel each other out. It's like multiplying two negative numbers. I knew she was the best. Oh man. Hang on a second. That's too good. Man. I'm going to be honest, I have no understanding of these things. Is what she's saying true, Beatrice? Yes, overlapping anti-magic fields are a well-studied phenomenon. Is a well-studied phenomenon. French girl don't know English. You just have to take her word for it. But an hour later in a safe family... Who is the person that discovered the body? The same person that saw him last, his daughter, Lifa Frigga. Poor Lifa. It must have been traumatizing for her. Isn't that a character from Sword Art Online? Did anyone else accompany Lifa when she happened upon the body? Yeah, supposedly one of the servants got himself locked in a nearby storage closet. And he heard a violent attack through one of the air vents. When he finally got out, he told Lifa and they went to the study accompanied by some knights. The sword is integral to the case against my client, so why is the description of its capabilities so vague? To be honest, the sword is magic, but it doesn't seem to behave like any spells we know about, and we can't identify its magic like we usually do with artificery devices. According to Lord Haraldson, its powers are demonic in nature, but if you ask me, it's all a bunch of hooey. Anyways, it's obvious that it doesn't follow the normal rules of magic. Wait, what? What is it, Miss Tamura? It's nothing. Cuthbert is watching from the gallery, so he must have heard that too. Normal rules of magic. So Cuthbert's gonna think that his Eye of Horus is demonic? Is that the problem? The Eye of Horus has something to do with demons? No, no one would ever conclude that. No, focus on acquitting the client first. You can worry about Cuthbert later. Aw, what a good mom. Either way, we've tested the sword's magic on similar locks. When used correctly, it is capable of disabling the lock on Lord Frigga's study. You have testimonies? Wouldn't an official record be more valid evidence? Miss Timura, you and I both know that your client's creditors are not the type to keep such records. So you're admitting that you're relying on hearsay. One could conclude that. But it doesn't matter if we can prove that this debt exists. The Frigga estate... No. What? I mean, you could just bring in those witnesses, and then they'd be witness testimonies instead of hearsay. But okay. The Frigga estate is unimaginably vast. That or no doubt, the amount of wealth would be a tempting boon to any individual. Jazz Point House Frigga owns all the banking houses in Wyverngard, those conjurers. People can only dream of having that much power and wealth. Do we know what school the dad was? Conjuration. That's what it is. She went into illusion and disgraced her family. That's why he disowned her. Occupate. Oh, they actually changed the text from mercenary to bodyguard. Huh. We have prosecutor, attorney, and defense attorney. Knight. White knight. Prosecutor's case against Beatrice is already really weak. You're not even sure why they bothered bringing this to the trial in the first place. You already have testimony from someone else that directly contradicts the commander's testimony. Okay. Dude, this case is easy.
Objection!
Objection! I like her voice. I like all the voices, actually. Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes, and the prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them. What do you mean, Ms. Timura? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance. That may be, but that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frege was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think that he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No. He'd do everything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this. The moment she slams her cane down, you notice prosecutor wince a little. She quickly hides it and again regains her composure. Grr. On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to inherit the defendant. Wait, disinherit? Oh, that only like just happened right before the murder. That makes the motive even stronger. This murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. Oh, that's rough. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly lest her father submit the changed will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frege didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited... Didn't you, like, make fun of the other guy for having witnessed testimony that wasn't... Anyway. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household. What? She never brought that up during questioning. It seems pretty illegal. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What are you planning, Ms. Timura? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam Frege to the stand. There she is. Miriam, is the defense correct? Oh, wait, so Miriam also tried to flirt with Esther, even though he was formerly engaged to her older sister. Or maybe because of it. Ugh. Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. I recall correctly. You also were tight-lipped during the questioning this morning. Are you staying quiet for your sister's sake? Yeah. The witness just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows? Maybe I just have a way with people. Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt. For now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Oui, of course. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. And you were sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes, even now I can remember everything clearly. I see. Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason. And Leafa was there with you this morning? Yes, she was. However, Leafa couldn't possibly have been there. Her words are getting more slurred. You also notice that her balance is... Eris, what are you doing? Hey, are you okay? Of course What? Well, without a prosecutor, they'll have to suspend the trial to a later date. By the scaled lord, is that blood? Blood? But Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them to our courtroom immediately. I wonder if courtrooms, like in real life, have medics. I mean, they would have first aid kits all over the place, I'm sure, but... And I'm sure they would have staff that's trained in that. That's an interesting point. After some scrambling, a couple of healers were able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. A good thing Nightgrave was there. In all the chaos, you caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body, so illusion magic. She must have used some kind of illusion to hide them, but her disguise... Oh. Or she was actually hurt and was using illusion to Teddy Roosevelt this case? Before Steelin is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something in the Nightgrave's ear. You see a lot of confusion from him, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand. Not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seems equally confused. Just what the hell is going on? Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why was Miss Steelman so gravely injured? I'm sorry, but I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelman's aide. I was here as her healer. Well, you're fired. Her healer? The truth is, Miss Steelman was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyways. I owed her a favor. Let me go back through the tapes. See why he would owe his former prosecutor a healer. Huh. She asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Scaled Lord, why didn't she just rescue herself? She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you would have handily won the trial. Huh. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would, and she did it all despite the risk to her life. It almost makes you respect her. It almost confirms that she's the best character in the game. Almost. Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? What? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. But Miss Tamura, Miss Steelman has been gravely injured. And you're still only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor. And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? It's almost been 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us, what, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace of the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone... Steelman had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case. We wouldn't be in this situation. No other lawyers exist, except Tyrion. Oh, man. They're gonna make me fight Mom? She took a risk and now she has to pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Dude, what a twist would that be if Tyrion became the prosecutor in this case and I got to play as the prosecutor? You're not exactly proud of winning this way, but this is what it takes to win, and you won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. Dodge is clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but it's out of his hands now. Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I suppose I have no choice. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelman's place. Objection! We will take a brief recess. After that, I will deliver my verdict.
Objection!
Oh, shoot. They're actually gonna do that? No way! Oh, you're on the wrong side of the courthouse, Mr. Cuthbert. Courtroom. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Now the question remains, am I gonna play as Tyrion or as Ruby in this case? Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert! What the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is that there is a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. But it looks like things aren't going to be as simple as you expected. No way. That's nuts, man. Severed ties. Oh no. Are the severed ties between me and Mom? The night before. I feel so out of place here. Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you found yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. You hardly recognize anyone, but many of the people here clearly recognize you. Alright, forgot. I'm supposed to get up and take a stretch break at the end of the chapter. I got too sucked in. Alright. Whew. Why would they recognize me? You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you can literally feel everyone's disdain for you. Why are you in the corner all by yourself? Can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. For reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought. He is at that age. I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? What's wrong? You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her, no. Oh, no. Oh, I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? She's not an enchanter. She's a transmuter. Oh. Gulp. Oh, come on, say something. Ever since that night in Aranax, you felt like something has been off between you two. Hey, you're not dressed up for the party. Am I interrupting something? Miss Timora? I wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet with Lord Frege. You spot a woman silently following behind her. Is she the client that Miss Timora is representing? You're pretty sure this is your first time meeting her, but she still looks familiar for some reason. Almost like I know your sister. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Timora's ward. You extend out your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Is she also Chun-Li? Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand. I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. You're not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frege. Okay, so he's not dead yet. William Frege is the ruling house of Lord Frege. So you're a little curious about what kind of deal he'd be involved in, but you've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyways, we'll probably be gone for a while. Can I trust you two not to cause trouble? Wait, did Ruby do it? Oh no. You're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. Can you believe they all gathered in one place? Oh no. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces. Like Pierce. We'll keep a low profile, Miss Timora. Please do. So, why were you so insistent on accompanying Miss Timora to the Lord's Ball? She just wanted to wear the dress, okay, dude? She already told you that. You know you can tell me anything, right? Oh, she wanted to... No, wait, she actually wanted to go on a date with you. I guess everything that happened in Arnex made me think about things. I don't really know don't know anything about my past or where I came from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and mom, but I wanted to find out who your biological parents are. I do, but I don't know now. Being here is just starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels wrong somehow. I don't think that's true. Really? Miss Timora adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life. But I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Miss Timora and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand. You think so? Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak with you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but don't worry, I can find something to fill the time. Aw. You're just going to play chess alone, aren't you? That's what I do. Maybe. You really need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something. I don't need more friends. I usually want to spend most of my time with you anyways. Oh, that's adorable. She's scared and happy. Anyways, I'm gonna try to talk to some people. Yeah, I'll see you later. Celeste leaves to mingle with some of the other partygoers. You find yourself with very little to do, and you doubt anyone would want to engage in small talk from the likes of you. And instinctively goes to your satchel. It contains your foldable chessboard. Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. I should try to find an empty table to play on. Bro, you can find other people to play chess against and kick their butts, just like you did for that other guy. You know it's what you want. Oh. Where's Leafa Frege? Prepario Arcanum. Each table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the tables are filled. Look like you'll be able to play here. Really? Like, I have to go find a place to go play chess with myself? Or gold tell shining yourself in a silly ballroom. That makes 50 worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Frege must be hoarding to afford all this. Dude, he prints the money. Don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him soon. This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor. Oh, dog. Ah, dog! What the... While walking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. What's it? Is it a conjuration or an illusion? Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away. Did someone leave a door open? Think about telling someone, but you remember that the manor is full of nobles. You're sure a servant will spot it eventually, and it's not as if anyone will believe you anyways, but I think that's the first time the narrator said anyways. It'd probably be best to find somewhere else to play. Several jewels mounted on the wall. All look equidistant from each other. I already know the house figure is wealthy, but embedding jewels in the wall makes the place look pretty tacky. But well, I guess you're not lighting the hallway. Chandeliers. They even have gold-tinted chandeliers in the hallway. It's ridiculous when you really think about it. Maybe I'll steal the sword. Interesting. You look further around the manor and find a room with several displays. It looks like a gallery of some sort, but it's slightly out of place here. There are a few nobles in the room, and they're all silently approaching the exhibits. Perhaps Lord Frege paid a museum to create some historical displays for the Lord's Ball. Now there's a face I haven't seen before. Oh man. The animal companion. What the heck is that? I mean, it's a familiar, but... Got a ring on over the glove? An old man approaches you. Is that a monkey on his back? Hello, my name is Harold Haroldson. I'm the curator of this collection. Harold Haroldson? Is that a pseudonym or something? Oh. Asshole. I see. Wait, he's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wyverngarde's history. You wonder, would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Ah, like the Scaled Lord, Rathalion. There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wyverngarde. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalion himself. Enchanted by Rathalion? Would that mean that they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely. Interesting. So, what is a historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Haroldson? Harold. Right, Harold. Anyways, Lord Frege invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. I think it adds to the semblance of culture, the fool. You own a museum? Yes, it's the Haroldson Hall. I'm trying to remember why that name sounds familiar, and there's a reason it does, but I can't mention it on stream because of... Anyway, I won't say why. It's not anything inappropriate, but... yes, it's Haroldson Hall of History, located in the city of Homerith. That's a mouthful. Unfortunately, I don't think its guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Yeah. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Your familiar? A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I can communicate with him telepathically. I could even cast my spells through him if I wanted to. Really? I never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. Red or rum? Red rum. Familial bond has been under your nose. This forms a magical, unbreakable bond with the target creature. Connecting them to the caster's magic. While this bond exists, the caster can telepathically communicate with the target over any distance. The caster can also choose to see through the target's eyes as long as they concentrate. And lastly, the caster can also cast spells from the location of the target creature instead of their own location. Once this bond is formed, neither the caster nor the target can form bonds with any other creature. The bond can only be broken in death. Okay. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be, after all. Harold. Harold. That was cute. As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about the ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Rust and ruin. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myths from actual history accounts. Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies. I let this simpleton into the Imperial Academy? Not as a student. Rude, but you suppose that he can't be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum. I'm an attorney. They already told me about it. Can you tell me about this? Oh wait, I thought that he'd react to the guy that hired him. Oh, snap. Occupation monkey. So funny. So what is this starting doing at the Lord's Home? Yeah. This guy's interesting. I like him. Isn't she cute? Alright. These parametallic armbands are several magical runes carved into them. Those are the armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege many centuries ago. Centuries? That would make these armbands one of the first creations of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. It gives you a +4 intelligence. +4 to it. Many believe that House of Frege created those to aid them in their study of magic. Oh my gosh, is this Skyrim hacks? It's like Elder Scrolls, where you just keep making potions of intellect to make stronger potions of intellect. And then you get infinitely strong potions of intellect. And then all of your potions are OP. I like it. Armbands of intellect. Ancient artifact worn by a creature. That creature's intelligence score wouldn't be an average human. Interesting. Repario Arcanum. It's a painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Kupfer. He was an alchemist and inventor from one of the branch families. He is well known for his studies into imbuing intelligence into automatons. Intelligent automatons? Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Kupfer's research to create those constructs. So, in essence, Von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work. Sounds like something a conjurer would do. Wait. No, Von Sanctus was illusion? I don't remember. Oh no, he was an abjurer actually, wasn't he? Wait, does that mean he gets to vote on the ab trials? Because he's an abjurer? I wonder if they'll make that joke in this game. Probably not. I would if I wrote the game. It's a painting of a researcher. That is Professor Matt Furland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of I know that word. How do you say it? Combinatorial? Magic theory, sure. Combinatorial? What's that? It's a study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlapped each other. That's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages enter the space where the two fields overlapped. It turns out those mages were able to use their magic in that space. Wait, how could that be possible? They would have had two anti-magic fields affecting them. When the two fields overlapped, they canceled each other out. Like multiplying two negative numbers. We're putting too much air into a balloon. I've heard that it's akin to multiplying two negative... Yeah, you heard that from Arya's Steelwind. In the future. It's a crimson red short sword. That's the sword of spell eating. Legends say that it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field. In a way, yes, but it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It's said that this sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Legends say that some demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. The demon must have imbued some of that power into this sword, or at least that's what the legend says. Is it safe to put something like this on display? What if the legends are true? Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this. They're an evocation family, right? The artifacts on display at the Lord's Ball were protected by layers of abjuration spells. Even a highly skilled mage would have trouble breaking into them. I wonder if part of the security is having to see the thing, so being blind will actually somehow help Beatrice steal the sword. It's a pair of golden earrings. They sang Radar Love. There's small jewels embedded in each of them. These are the earrings of vitality. It's said that the Scale Lord himself imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold. Scaled Lord could do things like that? Of course, he is the Scale Lord after all. Artifact. When worn by a creature that creature's wounds would slowly heal over time. Could this be reversed and be causing Arya Steelwind to, like, sick to death? Then who would have given them to her? Certainly not Aster. Aster and Arya Steelwind are OTP. Earrings of Vitality has been added to your notes. Are there any spells that can create a similar effect to these earrings? Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall under the school of necromancy. Makes sense. And I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that type of magic. Alright. In the history of ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans? Like, isn't that the literal founding of our kingdom? Well, of course, that's the entire premise behind the 7 heroes of Wyverngard. Does this idiot not even know about that? Right, but was there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature rather than draconic. Demonic? Much like the ancient dragons, demons are the stuff of myths. There are many stories of people selling their souls to them for untold power. Selling their souls? You recall the note that your mother left before she was executed. Please do. Use my eyes, peer beyond the divine gate as I once did. Is that how Frey died? By giving me, like, power? She told her to use her eyes. Did your mother make a deal with the demon to give you the Eye of Horus? Stop drawing conclusions slightly after I do. Alright. No, that's good. It means that the game is good at leading you to conclusions. That's good. That's very good. It keeps happening. Is something wrong? This simpleton is far too superstitious. No, nothing's wrong. It's a bit too much to take in, but you just might be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in recent history. Like, not within the last 5 years, at least. Secondhand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic. Can it? I hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours. Do I get to play as Celeste now? How dare you insinuate that I engaged in an adulterous relationship? Celeste, you're not doing it right. That's not what I... Enough. If you try to speak with me again, I'll have the Kingsguard throw you out. Oh, this isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective. What? Did you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. Have you been spying on me? Not intentionally. I was just surprised to see you here, of all places. I like the flower in her hair. Right, I guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly raises more questions than answers, but I'll take your word for it. Anyways, you're looking for your birth parents, aren't you? So by being that obvious? It's the only reason I could think of. Why else would you be trying to speak with members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business, but think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. I've read your file. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends. You even have a lover. What? I mean, Arya, you have those things too, except the mother and friends. Oh, Orym White's your friend. But you are engaged to the Crown Prince, like... Don't be so down on yourself. You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not? No, Tyrion's not my... Really? From the way you two behave around one another, I just assumed... It's pretty obvious you have feelings for him. What? How obvious? Not obvious to him, don't worry. Did he seriously not notice? I think someone with his deductive reasoning skills would easily see through you. Oh, man. Oh, yeah? What about you and Aster? I have no idea what you're talking about. But, like, she and Aster are literally engaged, though, so, like... Come on! I was there at Von Sanctus Manor. It's obvious you like him. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. Need I remind you, You may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him. And what if I told you he was standing right behind you? Do you honestly think... He's really there. Oh, he's not dressed up for the party. But his normal outfit's pretty dressy, so... What are you falling for? She's falling for you, my dude. Ah! Your Highness. Small child, who's obviously also a prince. Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind. Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. The conversation with Harold was definitely interesting, but you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origins of the Eye of Horus still remain a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom, and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. Is she with Aster and Steelwind? Hey, Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress? It's the second loveliest dress in the room. It suits you very well, Miss Steelwind. You look oh wait, she was asking Aster. Alright, Aster's answer is that it's the most beautiful dress. For some reason I thought she was asking Tyrion. Misread it. Oh man, dude. Who wouldn't fall for this guy though, honestly? This Sag Wait, who's reading her mind right now? Oh, I guess I just showed up. Squeak! Oh, she squeaked, dude. Oh my gosh. Gross. As you approach the group, you're stopped by a knight from the Kingsguard. He stares you down. What? Repario Arcanum. Oh wait. Repario Arcanum. That was the incantation for detect magic. Knight stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so you shouldn't be able to see any traces of magic. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. What was that all about? My apologies. They were making sure you weren't disguising yourself with an illusion. Who would disguise themselves as me? The Kingsguard are charged with keeping us safe. They must take every precaution to protect us. Oh, and who might you be? Do not speak so familiarly with me, peasant. Alaric, don't speak to him like that. Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I am Prince Alaric de Wivengard the Sixth. But you're not the oldest born. Why do you have a Roman numeral at the end of your name? I will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner. Doesn't he mean demean? What did he say? Did he say dishonor? I will not demote myself. You know, I just kind of rolled with it, but yeah. Occupation, Prince. I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert. It's fine. Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone. She started it! Right. I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? Yeah, I'd like to know that too. I just followed Mom. Well, she had secret business with the oldest daughter, so I guess I just tagged along. We were just accompanying Miss Timora. Her client has business with Lord Frege. A client? What? Why is Beatrice her client already? Dude hasn't died yet. It's her other secret job where she gets all her money to take us to the fancy restaurant. She looks and magically seems mad. But Beatrice? Oh no! Fight! 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 Oh man. Beatrice solemnly storms through the ballroom. She almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Did her discussion with Lord Frege go badly? I mean, she recognizes Arya's voice. Maybe she recognizes her squeak. So much drama going on right now. It's freaking amazing. Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you. She called him Aster instead of Your Highness. Do they personally know each other? I'm glad to see you again. It's been quite some time. I'm happy and sad. Is that really all you have to say? Aww. Don't worry, he'll come around. Just keep squeaking and being adorable. It's working. Except that he's too dumb to realize you like him. It appears you have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave. Aww. There's a bit of tension in the air. Really? Celeste, we should probably get going too. Yeah. Wow, that was awkward. Yeah, I wonder how those two know each other. She's working with Miss Timora, but she somehow knows Lord Frigate and the Crown Prince. Just who is she? Well, I suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, how did your investigation go? I got nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of the nobles mad. Sorry, I know you really wanted answers, but I'm sure something will come up. You think so? Might be a little irresponsible to give her hope like this. A noble abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. You doubt someone like that would make themselves easy to find. Anyways, I don't want this night to be... Hey. Dance? A total loss? Come on, dance with me. What? That's not really something I... Just do it, dude. Don't be like that. How often do we get to go to a party like this? Before you have a chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you into the middle of the room. You receive a few dirty looks from the aristocrats nearby. Why? Celeste, people are staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. She takes hold of your other hand and begins to pull you into a waltz. Alright, it's in 3/4 time. Checks out. I don't even know how to dance. I've never done this before. Why did you wear your attorney costume? You didn't dress up for the ball either. None of the dudes dressed up. Bunch of jerks. It's easy. Just stop being so awkward about it. Cat forehead. That's easy for her to say. Alright. Just tell me what I need to do. Well, first, you need to be closer to me. With one swift motion, she pulls your body close to hers. Watch my movements and try to follow my lead. You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Yeah, you didn't just look it up on YouTube right before the ball, sure. Sure, honey. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me? That's more than I needed to know. I see. You really don't know much about her, do you? Carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements. After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm, but you still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she genuinely doesn't feel anything. Oh, she feels something. You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me. What? Come on, do it! You try to break eye contact with her, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself being drawn back into her eyes. You feel so embarrassed that you're becoming lightheaded. and you find yourself perspiring more than usual. But at the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling. I want to see the Eye of Horus look into my own emotions right now. Ah, there he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance step to save his life. Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you still detect feelings of nervousness from her. Is she just as flustered as you are? You find yourself relaxing a bit more, and you're somehow able to continue matching her movements. See? There you go. Although, what is it? You know, the man is supposed to lead, right? That's actually true. That's actually kind of funny that they're backwards. I didn't even notice. Maybe I don't subscribe to gendered stereotypes. Or maybe you just suck at this. It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always been something that you needed to prepare for. A client that needed saving, a culprit that needed catching, but you're quite content with this one brief moment you're able to spend with her. You almost find yourself getting lost in the mood, until you spot a familiar face. Ow. Orem White, why you gotta ruin the mood? He's still pretty cool. I like this guy a lot. He's not as he's not exactly Dick Gumshoe. Like Dick Gumshoe's like charming doofus. And this guy at least kind of seems confident, even though he's definitely made some blunders. Maybe it's just like the way he's drawn. Like Dick Gumshoe is drawn to look like he's completely incompetent and disheveled. Like Knight Orem at least looks like he's got it together. No. Don't tell me. The knights storm their way toward where Beatrice and Aster are. Several of the attendants take notice. They all stop what they're doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frigga, by the authority of the Wyvernguard Crown, you're under arrest. By the authority of the guy you're talking to and his little brother. Did he just say Beatrice Frigga? It was just getting good. Oh man, poor Celeste. We should go see what's happening, shouldn't we? Yeah, let's go. Oh dude, it's Aster Angry. I don't think we've seen him look angry before. He's always been so like either fanboy or chill or happy. Maybe he was like, maybe kind of like sad because he thinks his fiance doesn't like him, but... You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frigga. I can't really do that, Your Highness. Aster, what's going on? It's Lord Frigga. He was found murdered in his study. And these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow. Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders come straight from Steelwind. No! Why would you say that? He is kind of a doofus. But it's like... It's not written all over his visual design like it is with Gumshoe. Oh, man. What possible motivation could Arya Steelwind have? When did Arya get injured, by the way? The Lady Steelwind sent you? Huh. Beatrice takes in a deep breath and claps her hands together. I should go with them. What? No. My brother is right. They have no right to... I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. Yeah, darn straight. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened. But like, I'm the prosecutor in this episode, so she's guilty, right? Oh man, dude. I'm not gonna be able to finish this episode tonight, and that makes me sad. Phew. You had the Eye of Horus right now. She's sad in fear that I won't be able to finish. Only if that's what you truly want. Wait. You can't just let them take her away. Brother, she's correct. It is not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom. Kind of is, though. But... However... Yes, Your Highness? Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Did he just say that she's blind? Wait a minute. Alright. Better idea. In the court scene, I'm gonna play as both Ruby and Tyrion. It'll be like playing chess with myself. Ah. That would be something. I'd be like, I was happy that they went in the direction they seemed to be leading with Tyrion prosecuting, but I would be very pleasantly surprised if they go with my idea of playing chess against myself, which they've established. They've established in episode 1 that Tyrion does that, and also kind of reminded us of that in the beginning of this episode. That would be incredible. Like, this game's already like 7 stars, but it'll go up to like 9.5 stars if I end up playing chess with myself. It's 9.5 out of 5, I should say. But anyways, we're gonna need to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through. Please. I may be disabled, but I'm not a child. Beatrice walks past the knights and heads towards the foyer. It appears that she already knows the way out. What's interesting is that she's an illusionist. And I think generally to create an illusion, you would have to know what something looks like. But there are 2 things. One, you can also create auditory illusions. And her auditory illusions might actually be stronger because she's blind. That would be fascinating. And second, I don't think we established she was born blind. So we're gonna have to learn more about that before I can draw a conclusion on the power of her illusions magic. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right, Inquisition, move out. Definitely didn't expect the night to go like this. Can we go back to dancing with Celeste? That would be great. Just what is going on here? Or, even better, go back to watching Arya and Aster flirt with each other. That would be good. I can't believe they kept us here until noon. Lord's ball was already running well into the night, even before the murder occurred. But excuse me, I don't have the autopsy report in this continuity, do I? It was at 3 a.m. The ball was like still in full swing at 3 a.m.? You'd like nothing more than to catch up on your lost sleep, but you made a promise to Aster. This doesn't make any sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother the entire night. Right, you were there when she met with him in Steelwind. She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell-eating and have murdered her father. I don't understand. Of all the people that could have done this, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman? Mr. Cuthbert, would you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? Mom's got it. I don't think I even need to. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. Even better. Aw, he still cares about her, even though they're not betrothed anymore. What's wrong? I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert? What? But we just said that Miss Timora will... I know, and I don't doubt her abilities, but Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. You just signed her... not death warrant, because I don't think they have the death penalty, but... He said that she was a dear friend. They must know each other since she's a Frege. But why would Miss Timora, of all people, represent a member of a noble house? There's still a lot of things you don't know about her. Because she's, like, in the Resistance, dude. He still doesn't understand that his mom is a Rebel Alliance leader. But, like, Arya Steelman also sort of is in her own way. Because she's the best character. Of course, I'll also compensate you for your services. Oh, I'm actually gonna get paid on this one. Nice. Although, I think that Celeste paid me. Consider yourself blessed. A commoner like you could only dream of a job like this. He's 7. And an evoker. Alaric. Tiny Prince has a point, though. A payment from the Crown Prince does sound tempting. Too bad I'm not going to end up defending her. I can't believe this. Celeste returns to the ballroom. She's changed back to her normal clothes. What? She brought a change of clothes with her? Seemed disappointed about that, Tyrion. What's wrong? The people in the coat room said they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it. What? She's got like a pretty rad sword too. Celeste went to the coat room to change. She was told that her sword had gone missing. Someone must have taken it. Okay, they don't look anything alike. I'm like, got scared for a second. Actually, other than like the, other than this like thing above the crossguard, they do look very similar. Well, the crossguard's also longer on Celeste's sword. I think I'm metaing this too hard. I think that they just like had a sword design in their back pocket as devs. Do we need to get another fourth wall breaking conversation about how the devs reuse assets? Oh man. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Maybe they thought it was the other sword. I mean, maybe they actually do look close enough that someone would think that they could replace one with the other. They're both red, and the blades and handle and pommel look similar. Wait. The defendant is blind. Oh, this isn't gonna be good for our old pal Beatrice. Who would possibly get these swords mixed up and try to use this to replace the sword of spell eating? Aside from your group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall her saying that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of its rarity. We can probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the matter. This might all just be some kind of mistake. I hope so. But anyways, where should we start first? We should head to the crime scene. I remember hearing that they found Lord Frege's body in his study. Let's go over there. You're worried about your missing sword? No, she's upset that she's not still dancing with you. Come on, dude. Yo, for an ace investigator, this guy sure doesn't pay a lot of attention to detail. No. Well, yes, I am worried, but I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. She's trying her best to hide how worried she is. So dumb. What a guy. Where should we go next? Beatrice has been through a lot, hasn't she? From what we've heard about her father's cold behavior, I don't blame her for leaving. Did we learn that yet? She probably wanted to leave her old life behind. You two are similar in that regard. A sword forged by a demon. Do you think the legends are true? Tyrion? Oh, sorry, I just got a little distracted. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic. I'm an attorney. I can't believe the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert doesn't know how to do a simple waltz. There was never any need to learn how to. How about it? Do you want to try dancing again? Yes. We're technically on a job right now. What will Aster say if he sees us messing around? Oh, you can be such a buzzkill sometimes. How many cases have we done together now? I don't know. I've honestly lost count. 3. Maybe it's implied that there are more cases in between. A year ago, I never would have guessed that I'd be the bodyguard of a lawyer. I really am glad to have you here with me. I have no idea how I'd defend all these cases alone. Yeah. Just don't let that praise go to your head. I'm not. What about this girl? You like monkey? Alright. Is Aster not on my list? Aw, poo. I noticed that you were teasing Steelwind earlier. Well, she started it. By doing what? Yeah, Celeste, by doing what? It's none of your business. Okay. William Free, it doesn't sound like the best person, does he? Many people in Wyverngard live in poverty, yet he's able to afford this extravagant house. You don't live a life like this without hoarding wealth for yourself, or being a corrupt conjurer banker. Tyrion, but like anyone else, even he deserves justice for his death. He tripped over his desk and fell on a letter opener. Arrive at the crime scene and see the usual swarm of Inquisition knights. However, you also spot some members of the Kingsguard. They must be working together since the victim is from one of the Pillar families. I wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. You told me 5 minutes ago and a murder happened. What did you think I was gonna do? I thought Ruby Tamura was defending this case. Oh, good answer. Prosecutor Steelwind approaches you as you enter the study. And she's followed by an unexpected yet familiar face. Okay, so she's already been injured. Wallace, what are you doing here? He's here as my aide for the investigation. You don't doubt Wallace's abilities, but you can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need his help. But you suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. He hired us to investigate this case independently. I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you. The whole situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what happened. What can you tell me about the murder? William Frege was found dead in this room after the lockdown was lifted. Wait, lockdown? What lockdown? Right, that's right. The lockdown happened because of the stolen sword. From what we can tell, his throat had been slashed open with a letter open. That doesn't... Oh, wait, that was the narrator's question. Never mind. The narrator, who I'm pretty suspicious is actually Ares. The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his carotid arteries were severed. Here's the autopsy report if you want a detailed description. Autopsy report really figures been added to your notes. Were you able to find the murder weapon? Yes, the murderer left it at the crime scene. It was a letter opener owned by the victim. The murderer must have found it in this room and used it. Ow. I feel like that Beatrice isn't gonna be as blind as she seems. There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. What? We're not sure what to make of that detail, but it's as if something crushed the handle using tremendous force. Don't tell me it was another construct. The murder weapon was a letter opener in House Frigus Cressa. It must have been owned by the victim. Its handle was completely shattered. It's taken a tremendous amount of force to crush it like that. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? Ah! What's wrong? I can't see it, but the entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything is glowing white. You didn't even cast a spell yet. I didn't hear the voice line. You didn't do it. Right, that makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those fields probably have traces of abjuration everywhere. I won't bother showing you the traces of abjuration I find while we're here. You know, I appreciate the dedication to continuity.
Imperio Arcanum.
This is illusion magic, right? That's what they said. There's a trace of illusion magic where the body was. The assailant must have used some kind of magical disguise. Or they turned themselves invisible. Also possible. Good call, girl. It's a bookshelf filled with books. I wonder what kind of books Lord Frege owned. You need not wonder. Wait a minute. They're all blank. All of his real books are on the floor or his desk. So, secret passage? There's a window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through there? No, the window doesn't open and the glass is magically reinforced. It's there for the artwork, but we had to explain it away. There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lord Frege must have done his work here. There's a pool of blood and chalk outline where the body must have been. Here's the chalk, here's the blood. There are several books about economics and politics. Makes sense. Doesn't look like there's anything of note. It's a painting of some sort of scholar. There's some text on it. Rook Rezengar, economic scholar and aristocratic accountant. He was known in some circles as Rook the Cook due to his ability to cook the books of the four pillar houses. Rook the Cook. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that. You have a nickname. You have a cool nickname. What about Crimson Demon? Oh, not that one. I don't know. That's a pretty cool nickname. It's a fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here? That would be possible. The chimney is... Or, that wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it. There is a small child in this case, by the way. What if he did it? Cook the books. Oh. It's not a good thing. You mentioned that there was a lockdown. When did this happen? You didn't notice? The Inquisition did try to be discreet. but everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you? Look. I know you're mad that we got to dance, but you're engaged to the crown prince, alright? I don't want to hear it. Oh. Well, anyways, you said that he's so dumb. The Lord, he's such a guy. He's not dumb, he's just a guy. He said that Lord Frigga's body was found after the lockdown. That means that something else must have happened prior. Supposedly, someone had broken into one of the Haraldson exhibits. One of the magical artifacts was stolen, so there was a theft last night. Does the Manor's lockdown system behave like the one at the Imperial Academy? Systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor, so not all of the rooms were locked. But what about this specific room? This room does have abjuration wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out of it. And in addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. An anti-magic field? But if there's an anti-magic field in this room, and they add an anti-magic field to the entire manor, that's like multiplying two negative numbers together. What is that? Anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it. Criteria. Indefinite. Oh, it's concentration based. 10-foot radius? That's not very big. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect? If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor, and they're 10 feet apart. Each of those crystals produce an anti-magic field during the lockdown. Anyone physically or magically connected to the sword of spell eating would be immune to the effects. So no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown? Not exactly. Someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it. Why would Harold keep such a dangerous weapon on display? There's value in remembering and honoring our kingdom's history, especially the unsavory parts. Anyways, the exhibits were heavily protected. Only a powerful mage like Beatrice could have broken into them. So even Sealwyn considers Beatrice to be a powerful mage. Huh. She doesn't want to talk about the blinditude. Right, of course. So she does know what happened. Wait. Do you know how Beatrice became blind? So, very heavily implying that she wasn't born blind. Huh. Okay. Okay. He was a chauvinistic pig. Wow, that's pretty blunt. My family has been at odds with the Friggas for as long as we can remember. My father is probably salivating at the thought of House Frigga losing its head. We somehow always end up meeting each other, don't we? Well, it can't be helped. We work on opposite sides of the same profession, after all. Although, I am remiss that I still don't know much about you, despite our many meetings. Would you like to go somewhere together in the future? Yes. Very yes. Oh. Ah! You've incurred the wrath of Celeste McCoy. I'm only joking. I would never think of asking you out in front of your lover. This might help. What? Celeste is You find yourself stammering over your words. Look at that smug, awesome best character in the game. She knows what she's doing. She ships them. Aww. She's trying to help. God bless her. Wait a minute. Is this payback for last night? You're mistaken, Ms. McCoy. I have no idea what you're speaking of. Oh man. This is the first time you faced off against Ms. Tamura? No, I've prosecuted her defendants before. Huh? I've actually had a better track record of convicting her defendants over yours. Oh, interesting. Wait, really? I wouldn't let that inflate your ego, though. You're clearly more picky about who you defend. What's that supposed to mean? Oh man, Miss Tamura owes some favors, I think. You tend to pick defendants you're sure are innocent. I'm sure Miss Tamura does that too. Is Miss Tamura's whole existence trying to get rebel people off the hook? Man, dude, she's so corrupt. I wonder how Miriam is taking all of this. I'm surprised you're worried about her. Last I remember, she was quite furious with you two for tricking her. She may be a pompous jerk, but she still lost her father. And now, her long-lost sister is being charged with murder. Yeah, she must be going through a lot. She does have a heart. What's this kid doing with you? Not that I doubt his skills, but why choose Wallace as an aide? Well, I have my own reasons for choosing him. And he does owe me. Yeah, if it weren't for Miss Steelman, I wouldn't be able to continue studying necromancy. Oh. That's interesting. You've been able to continue studying it? Yeah, Miss Steelman introduced me to Lord Asclepius. He belongs to one of the few noble houses that are still allowed to study necromancy. Unfortunately, because of that, they hold very little political power. I'm just glad I'm still able to continue my studies. How about you? Man. I love this face. Oh man, dude. I think that I'm lacking information about Beatrice Frege. From the way you were both acting, you and Aster seem to know her. Your mentor didn't tell you about her? No, I try not to pry into her business. I see. Well, I honestly don't know much about what happened either. But Beatrice was Lord Frege's eldest daughter and the former heir to House Frege. Former heir? About 5 years ago, she fled Frege Manor and went into hiding. So she did know that the inheritance was cut off. None of us knew where she'd gone, or even if she was still alive. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Aster and I had ever seen her. She did refer to her as former heir, though, right? Did Arya say that? Huh. That's true. How did Ms. Tamura meet her? You mentioned that someone could have used a stolen artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it? It was the anti-magic eating artifact. That was the demon forged item that could supposedly nullify magic. If the legends were true, someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system. After Lord Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. I think the smoking gun right now is Celeste's missing sword. Because Beatrice is blind, and she would have mixed them up or tried to place Celeste's sword in the display case or something to cover her tracks. Oh no. After Lord Halitson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it, but it was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom. And that led them to believe that she had stolen it? That's correct. The Kingsguard moved to arrest her, but Prince Astor ordered them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended. Then they found Lord Frega's body. Correct. We believe that she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into Lord Frega's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? Good question. We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't the murder weapon. So she's not just being implicated in Lord Frega's murder, she's also being charged with stealing the sword. What possible reason should she have to do either of those crimes? Good question. Let's dance. Looks kind of tacky. Those sort of aesthetics must fly over the heads of peasants like us. The banking houses are loaded, aren't they?
Repario Arcanum.
Alright, just need to make sure. I haven't seen Commander White since last night. He's currently collecting statements from the witnesses that night. I hope he's competent enough to do that correctly. Alright, he hasn't been had the best streak as of late. Since the body was found here, was Lord Frege locked in this room during the lockdown? Yes, William Frege knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood and had locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was his daughter. His daughter? Are you talking about Miriam? No. Lord Frege had another daughter. I'm referring to Lifa Frege, Lord Frege's middle child. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the rest of the night. When did this happen? It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 a.m. But he died at 3. So was it Lifa? I see. Oh, she's blonde. Is she adopted? She's not anime related to them. After his meeting with Beatrice Frege, William Frege retreated into his study and locked himself within it. He refused to speak with almost everyone who tried to disturb him. The only person he spoke to was Lifa Frege. Told him about the theft of the source probably after 1 a.m., but he didn't seem to care. He returned to his business. Lifa must have been the last person to see Lord Frege alive then. Wow, that is a low... That's rude. Should speak with her and get more details about Lord Frege's actions that night. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor? I do. Would you like a copy? Please and thank you. Aw, she's the best DM. She prints out maps for everybody. Oh, goodness. It's multiple.
Repario Arcanum.
Repario Arcanum. That's a big bathroom. The bathroom's like a quarter of the size of the ballroom. That's nuts. Almost as big as a study? Jeez. Bigger than the storage room. A blank room. Oh, this might actually be part of the ballroom. As a height, that makes sense. Ballroom's very tall. Rooftop garden. Beatrice's bedroom. Miriam's bedroom. Leaf's bedroom. Gallery. And the study's on the ground floor, though? Okay. Oh, man. The study's not very close to the gallery where the sword was. But wait, the coat room's also important. This coat room is where Celeste's sword was. Were there any other witnesses aside from Leafa who saw Lord Frege that night? Perhaps someone heard what happened from a nearby room. There was someone who heard the altercation, but it was quite obscured. A servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects this room with that storage room. He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through the vent. What did this witness hear? There were sounds of a struggle before he heard Lord Frege choking on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the Kingsguard of what he heard. That's when they discovered the body. I see. Who was this servant? I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes, the janitor? From the school? Oh no, this guy's gonna put me to sleep. Wait, Mr. Hughes is here? Never expected to see him again, much less here of all places. So is he actually the Wendy Oldbag of this game? You heard the altercation, you'll definitely want to speak with him. What room did you say was near the study? A storage room? Right, there's an air vent that connects the storage room and the study. Okay. We're going to talk more. I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. Yeah. I got this info before from presenting. Okay. Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything about their meeting. What could that meeting have been about? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As a defendant's attorney, I would have thought she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you. That is strange. Miss Tamora has always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy. Anyways, I imagine that she'll meet with her father to request financial aid. Why do you say that? I have it on good authority that she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason why she would speak with her father after all these years. It's also why I believe she murdered her father. Think she murdered him for his inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense. Alright, there's a lot to work through here. The prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. What would she have needed to carry out all the actions she described? I say. Oh, I know how she went blind. The eye taker. That connects with her being in debt. Just like Just in the Way was in debt to the eye taker. And his name is the eye taker. Oh man. First thing we need to do is narrow down the time in which the murder occurred. You have an autopsy report? I don't think that that's a question. happened at 3:12 a.m. Both carotid arteries were slashed open. Mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Why is this a question? When did the murder occur? Body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted, and Leafa Frege saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study, and she watched as the lock engaged. The Lord's Ball occurred during last night. The murder occurred after the lockdown. I don't know what you want from me, game. Oh, during the lockdown. Alright, that one's on me. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown. Well, the way I was thinking of it, it was after they had locked it down. I wouldn't... But it was meaning after the lockdown was lifted, which obviously isn't the case. Yeah, I didn't look at the options. Yeah, that one's my fault. But that means the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. It's genius. I know what happened. Okay, so here's how the sword got stolen. Someone... So someone took Celeste's sword, cast an illusion on it, or I don't know, somehow someone used an illusion spell to make it look like the sword was stolen. Then the lockdown happened, and the anti-magic field nullified the one protecting a glass case, which allowed the murderer to steal the sword. There's a whole Metal Gear situation. You pretend that it's stolen to cancel the thing out so that you can steal it. Oh, alright. That makes sense. Alright. That's good. I like that. Swords block teleportation, and they magically locked the only door leading into this room. Steelman and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the Sword of Spell Eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. That's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? They were in the room when William locked it. They would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Or let Leafa in? Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study. Invisibility. Or they could have teleported away the moment the Kingsguard unlocked the door. Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration magic. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant? I'll admit, we did find traces of illusion magic. But the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on, so mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. That makes sense. Hey Celeste, you can do that. So we know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. This means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards that protect this room. The next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the murder weapon come from? A desk? It was a letter opener that was presumably owned by William Frege. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. Leafa... Don't I have the murder weapon though? Hang on. The murder weapon is there. Its handle was shattered. Let me force. Maybe they tried to push it through the vent? What? The murderer. Destroyed her to. It destroyed. Where did the murder weapon come from? How do any of these answer that question? The murderer took the murder weapon in Frigga's study. Right, the letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon. Sorry, we said that already. Decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. But that leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. And what would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? What is flawed with the prosecution's case? Secretly blind. She's partially a mystery. She's partly wealthy. Beatrice Frigga is not wealthy. Arya Steelman is secretly a mystery. Not Leafa. Beatrice is completely blind. Beatrice Frigga is completely blind. Even if she were somehow able to break them to a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter Lord Frigga's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of it makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all this. You do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You don't know her as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. Interesting. I suppose I wouldn't know, but the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still ludicrous. I suppose I can't change your mind about that, but I have to ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert. What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty? We already know the answer to that, thanks to Inmedeus Race. Huh? I mean, I tend to have an insight into these sort of things. That would never happen. I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but I'm only hypothetically speaking. So, what would you do if they were guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. And if no one else would represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me, but I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. This isn't how lawyers work in real life. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. I see. Why do you ask? No reason. Okay. Anyways, she's made her stance clear. You still have a lot of leads to follow up on. You should move somewhere else. After you go to the bathroom. This investigation is taking too long. I won't have time for the trial tonight. Alright. I'll talk to Sleepy Guy right before bed. Hey, this looks like the bedroom from the academy. We already made that joke there. Is she talking to Emo Tracker? Oh, man. Alright. Hey, Tracker. Track Moon Pearl. Achoo! As you enter Beatrice's room, you're unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust. That was expected, actually. I would have thought. Wow, this place has not been cleaned. It is Leafa from Sword Art Online. Oh? Your vision clears up and you realize that there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Frege. Oh, I see. My apologies, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Leafa. Leafa Frege. Is she an elf? So, this is Leafa. According to Steelwind, she was the last person to see Lord Frege alive yesterday. She might have some information about how he was acting that night. Alright. Your dad's dead. That man, he was my father, but I can't say I have fond memories of him. He must have been difficult to deal with. You have no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. Aren't you his legacy? He was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters. Sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh. It was! He never saw her as a worthy successor to her family's legacy, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip her of any power she had left. I can only imagine how difficult that must have been for all of you. I wonder if she's like adopted or illegitimate because she doesn't have blue hair. And also she doesn't have an arcane art. So maybe she's out of the will because she's not magical. It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As bad as it sounds, now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family. Brutal. What do you think of me? I've heard of you. You're that defense attorney that everyone's been talking about. Wow, I didn't expect you to know who I was. Yes, many nobles are uneasy due to your recent actions. It's very clear that no one is safe from you. I'm a defense attorney. Whoa. Everybody knows Mom. I'm sure Beatrice's return must have been surprising for you. It is. To be honest, I've been hoping for years that she'd finally return. But now that she has, she's just gotten pulled into another one of our family's messes. What is your relationship like with Miriam? My youngest sister? Actually, I don't see her that much. Really? Even though you're sisters? She goes to a boarding school. Yeah. Our lives as nobles keeps us very busy. We rarely have a chance to speak with each other. And ever since Beatrice fled the estate, she's been throwing herself into her schoolwork. You like monkey? I'm sorry for your loss, Lady Freyga, but do you mind if I ask you some questions about last night? Of course. Prosecutor Steelman told us that you were the last person to see him alive. You know, what with the murderer being blind. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. He's probably making the changes to his will. Huh. Was there a notary in the room with him? Now that's an interesting thought. When did you speak with him last? It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 a.m. that night. But if he wrote out Beatrice 5 years ago, as we're to believe, what changes was he making to his will? Writing Beatrice... What if he was actually writing Beatrice back in, and Leafa killed him before he could do that? Oh, she's got hecka motive now. And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study? What? No. Well, I have no idea. You detect some fear from her. Lady Freyga, is there something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death. I'm sorry, I don't know anything else. My father was a private man and didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I wish I could be of more help, but I really don't know anything else. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed. What? Now what you talking about? She's clearly holding something back. If you can reveal what she's hiding through an argument, she might be more willing to cooperate. Need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, you should figure out what she knows. I noticed that this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why? It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. Why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me. I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left. I suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. And what about the Sword of Spell Eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. It's possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice. I can't say why they would choose this room, though. They would have to know that this is Beatrice's room. Huh. What kind of person was your father? Everything but happy. Doesn't look like William Freyga was very beloved. My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father. Okay, I don't think that he actually would have been changing his will to leave to Beatrice, but maybe Miriam. I see. Did he have any enemies? As the head of House Frege, he controlled nearly every banking house in Wivengard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power. Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he'd slighted recently? There was Lloyd Sanctus, the ruling lord of Aranax? Yes, I heard that he was recently involved in a court case. My father has been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of Sanctus Industries. And from what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that. Sanctus represents... That's interesting. I agree with the apostrophe S here, but this is the first time I've seen it in this game. I think even with Font Sanctus, they did S apostrophe. Anyway, I'll nitpick the grammar and punctuation all day. And the fact that sometimes they spell Canadian words with an OU and sometimes they don't. He tried to get himself involved in another murder. It was manslaughter last time. But you can never be too sure. You'll want to speak with him and get more details. Although, would he even consider cooperating with you? Maybe if you let him win in chess. Anyways, are there any other enemies you might have had? No, none that I can think of. That was a little witty bit. What can you tell me about Beatrice Frege? I heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I had ever seen. She is incredible. This is the second time she corrected herself on the tense of her respect for her sister. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. How old is Beatrix now? She's 24? So she left when she was 18. But it was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. Everyone thought that Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father, but our family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman. What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. And after the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had. There was an accident that gave her a disability? Is that why she's blind? If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident? Is this even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. I'm not sure about exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. I can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. But that didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. So he wrote her out of the will before she even ran away? Did we know that? I don't think we have. I don't think we have that testimony on this character. We're gonna have to swap back over to Tamora. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to a mere decoration from our home. For our home. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing? No. No one heard from her during that time. But as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. I had no idea what would cause her to return here. I like Chevy Pit. Looks similar to the one in Miriam's Storm. You don't have to call yourself out every time, game. You already made your point, and I appreciated it.
Repario Arcanum.
Hello. Oh, it's illusion magic in this shape. Wait, illusion's green. It's transmutation magic in the shape of Celeste's sword. There's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I can't see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus. What? It's my sword. What? Scaredy scared. You never knew her sword had a name. Pretty good name though. Isn't she Crimson Demon too? It's Crimson Lotus. That makes sense. So this is where it's been. Huh. But why would it be here? This is also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are the two thefts related somehow? But why? The only thing similar about them is that they're both swords. There's definitely more to this, but what? I don't have the illusion spell, right? I can't see the duration. Oh, that's interesting that familial bond is divination. Alright. I guess the trace isn't there anymore because we picked up the sword. It's a dresser covered in a layer of dust. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years. It's a table for guests, but it's extremely dusty. I think you've learned everything you can for now. Perhaps you should move elsewhere. What? Why? I got a psychological profile to fill out. Hey look, it's the One Ring. You want this, Frodo? Enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to the Frigga's study. Come across a person laying on the... I freaking knew he would be asleep. What? Jen, is that you?
Oh man, what's with all the noise? I was having such a good nap too.
Oh man, dude. This is why I did him last. Gonna get me ready for bedtime. Mr. Hughes.
Whoa, what's you two?
Why are you taking a nap in the storage room?
I needed to take a break from all the chaos going on. The Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. And his papa still will shoot me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. I didn't expect anyone to find me here.
Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened?
Sure. Why not? My nap's kinda ruined anyways.
This game is so rude. There's see when what's her name? Cammy Meal. When Cammy Meal did it, I didn't feel sleepy. I don't know why. Or maybe I did. I don't know. It was a long time ago. Need to contain various claims.
Repario Arcanum.
It's a stepladder. I agree. Yo. That was one of Celeste's best moments. It's a stepladder. I agree. Oh, this is the best line in the game. Oh man. It's an air vent that leads in the Lord Freyga's study. Supposedly, Jan heard the altercation between Lord Freyga and his assailant through this. Supposedly. Can't be sure about that. Even the music makes me sleepy now. You. So, you're working as a servant now? In your pajamas? His belt looks like a stepladder.
Not exactly, but I was part of the catering staff.
The twins started their own food business after Freyga threw us out of the academy. Okay. I can see why the twins... Shouldn't they, like, have gone to jail? But whatever. I could definitely see the twins getting fired, though. But why would Freyga throw them out? That's... Wait. Who became the headmaster? Maybe Freyga... Right. Sorry about that.
Nah, it's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us.
Wait, what? Definitely the twins got kicked out. Oh. No, Freyga doesn't own the construct. I could still see Freyga wanting to, like, get rid of the staff. Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too?
No, they just contracted some staff to Lord Freyga for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing.
I wonder how they feel about this. You wonder. Narrators can't think, even if they are Eris. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of gold.
Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what?
The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard?
Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened.
Why were you napping here?
I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped in here.
Right, you recall Steelwind mentioning that.
Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Freyga shout, "Who are you? What do you want?"
That's extremely suspicious.
I went on for a few seconds, then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed.
This guy's killing me. You hear the voice of the assailant?
They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something.
Huh. Or they were trying to mask their voice. Right. Thanks, game. I actually didn't get there. Oh, man. Who are you? What do you want? Why did you enter the storage room anyways?
The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it.
And as a caterer, I was completely responsible for the extermination job?
I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. But I figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. But then I realized I should have put the trap down before I opened it up. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. I didn't have anything else to do. So I took a nap.
Rats in the vents. Frequently complain. The servants have been frequently complaining about the sound of rats running through the vents. Sitting room. You know about the rats living in your house? Let's go dance. I'm glad we found Crimson Lotus. Is that the name of your sword? Yep. I'm glad that she's cheered up, but how did her sword end up under Beatrice's bed? Alright, let's dance. You explore the manor further and find one of its many sitting rooms. And there you happen to spot a very familiar face. He's sipping on a glass of wine, and his expression turns disdainful the moment you enter the room. I don't blame him. Oh, wunderbar. As if my day couldn't have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Ornax with my affairs are in such disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing. I have a better question. Why aren't you in jail? Oh, right, the corrupt legal system. Actually, that's exactly how Chapter 3 ended, with me wanting to get justice on Von Sanctus, but it didn't happen. Right. Maybe they had to rewrite the ending of Chapter 3 to use this character in Chapter 4. Oh, I just wanted to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen, but he's not here, so you'll have to too. I hear that you've been keeping busy since we last met. It must be difficult losing your empire to House Frege. Did that happen? Interesting. Oh boy. Tyrion, we do need his help. Is that so? And what makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you? Because it would take suspicion off of you. And let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you can get. How dare you! I'll have you know that I am still a respected member of the nobility. Respected? Is that why everyone is talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? I can't believe they actually named him Justin the Way. Oh man. The meta comment. So like, I did feel like the ending of chapter 3 was rushed, but getting meta commentary from Eris and Eye Taker was pretty good. Being involved in another scandal will destroy what little remains of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me, and to be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a second time. You mean third time? You forgot the chess tournament. You can practically hear him grinding his teeth together. Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions. Answer. How do you feel about this guy? Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Mess? I would think that you'd have much to gain from William Frega's death. On a surface level, you might be right. But it's far more complicated than that. House Frega controls the banking houses. There is a main pillar of support for Vivengard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable... Oh no. It was Mom. Or more likely it was Beatrice and Mom put her up to it. Mom, that's not the way to take down the Empire. Regardless of who inherits his house. I wouldn't be stupid enough to be involved in something like this. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Frega's death. Honestly, it's... oh. That's one thing about this game is if you get the text by presenting evidence, I think it should check it off in the menu. But that's okay. It doesn't take long to skip through it. It's not a game changer. I don't mind that much. It's very, very slight nit. You mentioned that other people would benefit from Frega's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I'd say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. My father-in-law? Huh. But you just said that Lord Frega's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Ha! Do you think that brute cares about Vivengard's economy? Actually, as an evoker family, they would probably benefit the most from entering a military state. No, all that man cares about is power, pure and physical power. See? House Steelwind and House Frega have been fighting for control of Vivengard for generations. And in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military have become far less valuable to the crown. Why do I sound like the guys from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement as a crown prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family anymore. And as long as I... Huh. The death of William Frega is probably exactly what Lucio Steelwind has been waiting for. And if our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. You just said all the things that I said a minute ago. But yeah, okay. Suspicion confirmed. That's another, like, honestly, this game, like, it does kind of lay the trail out in front of you and lets you figure it out before it flat out tells you. And it's very fun to have all of my suspicions confirmed. That's That's why I love playing this game. Alright. Even on like little world building details like, oh yeah, they're evokers, so they would want a military state. They want to break the economy. Like, yeah. That does make sense, but could Arya's father really be involved with this? It's clear that you think Lucius Steelwind would have much... Plus, his name is basically Draco Malfoy's dad's name, so... It's clear that you think Lucius Steelwind would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haraldson. That can't be his real name. But what would Mr. Haraldson possibly gain from Frega's death? It's a good question. From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Why did he hire him for this specific party, then? Really? Why would he do that? I'm not sure of the specifics, but supposedly, Lord Haraldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Vivengard's history from his exhibits. That's true. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. My dad? They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard that William declared he would be removing House Haraldson from his estate. You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you need to examine every possibility. Yeah, he's pretty rad. As curator, he would have the easiest access to this sort of spell eating. He could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. He wasn't a diviner, but the monkey spell is a divining spell. I don't even know why I bother checking, because transmutation. Someone definitely transmuted. There was transmutation cast on Celeste's sword, but she casts transmutation on it all the time. I can't see the trace anymore because I picked up. I don't know why I keep looking at people's specialization schools, because everyone can spell, because people can cast whatever spells they want, so it's still fun. That's why I do it. At the very least, you should give Mr. Haraldson a chance to explain himself. What can you tell me about the defendant in this case? What? She's your client? Surely you would know better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Aster? When they jump around in the timeline, it's hard to remember when people learn what things. But I thought they talked about that. No, I guess they didn't talk about it at the party. Yeah, it was quite the scandal at the time. And Lucio wasted no time in pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place. Oh, is that why these three were so awkward last night? Honestly, this situation is just an absolute mess, and that woman's return will complicate things. Beatrice's return complicates things? What did he mean by that? I also would like to know. Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? Please, don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. You insult the Eye of Horus. Fine, if you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Lifa. So, okay, maybe Beatrice was being written back into the will. Huh. Lifa? Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Lifa would inherit House Frigga instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house. So we both came to an accord. My son and Lifa were arranged to be wed. House von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frigga. Your nobles are absolutely awful. Should probably consider myself lucky. Think what you will, I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Jeez. I'm almost as old as he is. Lifa has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even so she was well aware of the details. Now I very shall hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. You married Aiden von Sanctus. This arranged marriage was... marriage. House von Sanctus to be absorbed by House Frigga. Man, one pillar absorbing another. On Sanctus, Frigga, Steelwind. I can't remember the fourth one. Actually. Hey, I was reading that. Sybil. I wonder if they're a divination house, and that's a Harry Potter reference. Okay. Load. Ethan never mentioned any of this, and as much as you hate to think it, William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should talk to her about this. Anyways, Von Sanctus gave you a decent list of suspects. You probably learned everything you can from him for now. Be best to move.
Repario Arcanum.
It's a chair made from mahogany. Every part of this house just exudes wealth. Wealth has been siphoned out of the common folk. It hasn't been siphoned out of anywhere. It's all been conjured. It's a window with a view of the outside. Oh my goodness. Dude, it's Vega. At first I thought it was Grimlord. What's that guy's name? The guy from Hollow Knight, Grim. But it's Vega. That poor wench, dude. It's getting harassed by everybody. She's just trying to serve them beers. Hey, there's an elf girl. And she's like... This is the first time I've actually seen a non-human character. It's really interesting. I'm trying to like figure out if this is a reference to anything, or if any of these people are like, who is this? Is this Morgana from P5? So if there's an elf girl, then that's Himmel, right? That would make this guy Eisen. I forget the other characters from that show. If Himmel's here, that would be before Fern entered the picture, right? Does she have a horn? Oh, it looks like she had 2 horns and lost one. Huh. I don't get it, but this picture's pretty great. The first? According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Vivengard. Who was? She joined a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nation. It's hard to imagine a Frigga's coming from such humble beginnings. Wait, what? I said that out of character. But also my character said that. Huh. What is it now? That muscular man in the corner, he just vanished. What are you on about? There was never a man there. Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right. No, I'm sure he was there. Are you feeling okay? Huh. Perhaps your lack of sleep is making you see things that aren't there. One of Frigga's ancestors was part of a band of adventurers. Can't help but feel it. Should be someone in the top left corner. Which one is it? Is it the barmaid? Or is it the elf girl? Or is it Vega? Or is it the cat? What is going on? It's a shelf filled with books. Fake books? They're completely blank. If every room in this house needs a chandelier. What a waste of the kingdom's gold. It's a door that leads to the coat room. Where am I now? The sitting room. Oh, okay. Huh. William Free may be dead, but his daughters must carry out their roles, lest their house reputation suffers. Is that all you care about? The reputation of the noble houses? What about justice for William Frege? Justice. Justice is an illusion for you commoners to cling to, but for us, justice is simply a favorable outcome. The Frege family has always been influential, but with William's death, their power has diminished, and with Leif's reluctance to fulfill her duties, the Frege name will continue to suffer. You're absolutely despicable. Yeah, he kinda is. You wanna dance? Sitting room. Okay, it was sitting room. Hey, I heard you were supposed to marry some jerk. Doesn't say anything about being engaged to this guy's jerk son. Can you tell me about the One Ring? I'm a journal list. I guess I don't have to do the psychological profile. Might help to have more info. You like animals? She won't talk. Huh. Yep. The handle on the murder weapon being broken is kind of nuts. She don't want to talk about nothing. Not even the rats in the vent. Hey, this looks like my other thing. There's different symbols on it though. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah. How about you? You don't know about you? Even after being blind, Beatrice continued to fight for her freedom. But everything that's happened to her, she's always remained determined to live her life on her own terms. When she first came back to the estate after her accident, my father's convinced she'd be completely helpless to let her sight. She refused to let her blindness define her. She learned how to navigate the estate using her other senses and continued to study magic. It's ironic, really. My father tried to use her disability as a way to control her, but in the end, it was the very thing that allowed her to break free. True. How do you feel about the map? Why not? I'm out of stuff. It's gotta be... I can't even, like, think... Do you know this guy? You know this guy? You like monkeys? Oh, I haven't tried presenting this guy. But Alaric's here, but not this. Not Aster. Presenting Aster would be interesting. Why won't you talk about your sisters? Oh, you did. Oh, your dad. Must have been difficult to do. Blurp, blurp, blurp. You know, weird girl. You know, your sister. You know, this guy. You know, your dad. You know, your other sister. You know, the monkey man, or the monkey, or the prince, or the knight, or this guy. Why won't you talk about the fact that you were engaged to this guy's son? sure I did both spells already. Oh man, dude. I don't have the other dialogue options, but it told me to move elsewhere. You don't know about your house? You know about the murder weapon? You know about Harold's insecurity? You know about this letter opener? You know about the other security? You know about method of entry? You know about you, your testimony? You know about the Celeste sword? You know about what Jan heard? You know about rats in the vents? You know about the fact that this story is heavily involved you? No? How about me? How about my bodyguard? How about my mom? How about my wife? How about Orm White? How about Weird Girl, your sister, Wallace, Dad? Is there anything that I didn't click on? Maybe I'll actually, like, finish the profile mid-argument? Is there anything else to get from the other people? Stealing press, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Take it you're not a fan, pal stealing. Fan, hardly so brutes have no place in our civilized kingdom. Yet I can't help but feel like you'd never say that to her face. I got new flavor text at least. Ugh, you and that woman. You two do nothing but ease chaos in their building. Let's just dance. I could never imagine marrying someone for diplomatic reasons. It just sounds so sad. Yeah, although I suppose Prosecutor Steelman lucked out in that regard. Ain't that the truth? I can't believe Aster still thinks she hates him. I know. I don't understand how anyone could be that oblivious to someone else's feelings. Feel a sharp pain in your side as Celeste quickly jabs you. Ow, what was that for? Nothing. That's totally worth. I had to indict Redmond to save Wallace. I know, but it's hard not to feel responsible. I don't know, man. Oh yeah, I think we might. This blade case is completely shattered. You say able to do this despite there being several abjurations. Oh, the armbands are also missing.
Repario Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation school magic creates and unleashes raw energy. Most primal of the 7 schools of magic. 7? Maybe. No, because we saw someone whose art was divination. Oh, they don't have enchantment. As far as they know. Oh. Okay. So enchantment is unknown about. Got it. I have no idea. What if the intelligence bands were used to cast higher level magic? I don't know, man. I just... Oh, we haven't been to the study in a bit. What's up? Crime scene was locked. It was a locked room with no method of entry. The Lord Frigga still died. That means the murderer used something to nullify the lockdown on someone. Leafa? She tends to keep to herself, so I don't know her very well. After Beatrice left, Lord Frigga publicly named her as his heir. That must have been a difficult burden for her to bear. I fail to understand how you think Beatrice broke into Harrelson's secure exhibits. Despite being blind, she was an extremely powerful and learned mage. Her abilities even surpassed her father's. It's really a shame that this is how it all turned out. Yeah. Shame. This looks like a Final Fantasy Tactics picture. It's got a little yin-yang bracelet. Or maybe not. Crimson Demon. I don't know, man. Maybe there's actually something I can examine here. What I missed.
Repario Arcanum.
Let's save it. I don't know, man. I can't think of anything that makes logical sense. The only thing I can do is go through the entire menu again. Or just go on without finishing the psych profile. I also wonder if they're pulling a fast one on me and you fill it out during the argument. Seems to be hiding whatever her father is doing in the study. You know, she's doing this out of malice. She might even think that it's relevant to the case. Lord Frigga had many enemies, and he retreated to his study to do something that night. Something related to why he was murdered. Okay, so the warning message tells me that they're not pulling a fast one. If they're pulling a fast one after giving that message, then that's really cheap. Alright. I'll just go through everything. Sword. Chains. Green through sister. Dad's autopsy. Letter opener. Other chains. Sister again. Map 1. Map 2. I didn't click on it. Magnifying lens. You. Other sword. This guy. Other magnifying lens. You're supposed to marry some jerk. Paw print spell. Mark of the Wild. Pentagram. Me. My totally not girlfriend. My mom. My IRL girlfriend. This guy. Weird girl. Your sister again. This nerd. Your dad. Your other sister. This weirdo. The monkey. Alaric. Jan. You. Lord Von Sanctus. We went through everything. You know, the classy thing would have been to remove the magnifying lens check mark. Oh, never mind.
Repario Arcanum.
Gah. Aoife is quite beautiful, isn't she? You idiot. Objectively speaking. Objectively speaking. What? Nothing. So that's what he likes. Aww. He likes blondes. Or he likes girls with elven cloaks? I don't know. Probably change the subject. Nope. Harold Harrison has got to be. There's got to be some kind of stage name, right? Who would actually name their child that? I think you're getting way too hung up on his name. Like, did he also name his children that? Does he have children? She has a pet monkey. You're just making things up now. No, check it out. Like, I don't know what you want, game.
Repario Arcanum.
I feel like it's not worth filling out the psychological profile if it's gonna be this complicated. Or not complicated, but unintuitive.
Repario Arcanum.
I need to get all the flavor text. You like monkey? I wonder if someone can turn themselves into a rat with transmutation, and that's how they snuck around. Is the vent the method of entry?
Repario Arcanum.
I'm sure I'm gonna end up watching the VOD someday and realize I didn't click on one of the things I meant to. It's strange that you're chasing rats in the vents. I'd expect the manor servants to take care of that. Try, but they haven't had much luck. I don't know what's up with them. These rats have avoided all the traps they've set. Yeah, because they're humans. And just make sure there isn't like a talk that I missed from anyone. Is it possible I actually missed a talk with Leafa? I don't know why she didn't react to the whole story of her being engaged, but I guess that'll come up in the argument.
Repario Arcanum. Repario Arcanum.
Why do you react to that dresser, though? Man. This is so not worth doing this at this point. Let's just do the argument.
Repario Arcanum.
But the rat's in the vent, yo.
Alright, man. I'm just gonna... I can't be up all night. And I want to get to the end of this chapter. There's something you're not telling us, Leafa? So I have a feeling that you know more than you're letting on. What? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you, I don't know. Nope. I have no idea what my father was doing. My father was a private man, he wouldn't share something like that with me. You were in the study with him? He was making him sort of change to his will, wasn't he? What? Did someone else tell him? Why did you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't! The thoughts you saw earlier seem to disagree with that. We've only just been met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and they claim that she did so for his inheritance. That's absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is likely a motive behind the murder. Many people have a lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? I was not involved in this. Did you even think that I'd be capable of something like this? Threaten. So yeah, they don't want to prove her innocent. It seems so weak. I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. This means that their plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how is your father planning to change his will? I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. I already told you, my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of state with me. And why were you betrothed to this guy, son? You knew how this marriage would affect the future of House Frege. Is that really true, though? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Yaden von Sanctus. And I also know that as a part of this deal, Yaden would inherit House Frege instead of you. So she actually didn't disapprove of the marriage because it's skeevy. She actually just wanted the house. Let's see. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it. Which means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So, what aren't you telling me, Miss Frege? I can't trust you. I can't trust you. What? You're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. Show her the attorney's badge. The Four Pillar families and the crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can I assure you this information won't be used against my family? So that's why she's been so secretive. Say make your chest represent a stand. No stake in the conflict. That doesn't sound believable. I'll arrive at the truth one way or another. I like this icon, the magnet with the hearts. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me, so trust me. I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. And to do that, I need to know everything that he was doing that night. Gulp. Argument number 1. See, I didn't need a psychological profile. I have no reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell that you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice? She's innocent. You're about to reassure her that you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. I'll get to the truth of what really happened.
Okay. If that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you what I know. I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know whom I could trust. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before. He must have been angry about something she said during their meeting. Did he tell you what their meeting was about? He didn't. I honestly didn't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned. My father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. He's going to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family. Who? Probably started drafting a new will to reflect that decision. What other members? Has anyone found the draft of this will? No. It was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. Modified will is missing. You doubt that it would even be forced. You never got a chance to submit it and get it notarized. We can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Did anyone else know about this? No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me. Because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder? Well, anyways, thank you, Miss Frege. Mr. Cuthbert? Yes? My sister is not a bad person. There's no way that she'd do something like this. Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. She's in good hands. Ruby Taimura is the one defending her in the trial, after all. I hope so. Anyways, think that you've learned everything you can from Leafa. There's only one person to speak with, Harold. I legit just have no idea how I was supposed to complete her profile. Maybe I'll watch some other streamer that's smarter than I am. Alright. That's fine. If I wanted to replay it and find it out, then it won't take that long. Yeah. This is a complete mess. As you enter the gallery, you spot Haraldson inspecting the shattered remnants of the display case. If you recall correctly, the display case is looking at what's called the Sword of Spell Eating. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again. He's working with the Crown Prince. Can he be trusted? It seems word has spread about your deal with Aster. Hello again, Mr. Haraldson. Harold! Right, Harold. I'm sure you already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege, and the prosecution suspects that someone used the Sword of Spell Eating to break into Lord Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night. I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be.
Repario Arcanum.
Why are they different? You need to get all the check boxes. Even though I got them before. Alright. I can't believe a museum owns such a powerful magic item. I would have expected the noble houses to take them for themselves. Well, the nobility of today don't have much use for items such as these. The power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength, unless you're a Steelwind. A noble wouldn't want to wield a sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories. A demon? Oh, right. The Sword of Spell Eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? It'd definitely betray you the first chance they got. Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like a legally binding contract? The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's said that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is. So I guess there's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. That's devils, not demons. According to the prosecution, the theft took place with the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at that time? That's the strangest thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. What? That can't be right. And honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case anyways. Were the wards protecting the case that powerful? They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. So you're saying that the force applied was excessive? Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the Sword of Spell Eating wasn't the only item that was stolen. What? Was another artifact stolen that night? You mentioned that another item was stolen? Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the Sword of Spell Eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. And unlike the Sword of Spell Eating, we still haven't found the armbands. Take a look at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, but the glass case is completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. What? I mean, if you steal the armbands, you'd be smart enough to replicate them, right? What's going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Are they even related, or did two different thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the thief? Thief? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful. Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was powerful enough to have done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind. Yes, I'm well aware of that, and it doesn't sit quite right with me either. Is there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching in Beatrice's power? Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful. The heads. Armbands were replaced with a very convincing replica. Okay. Apparently, Beatrice is an exception to that. Is Beatrice really that powerful, or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders? But the cases can be opened normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place? Ah, yes, the magical locks on the case can be disabled. You detect some fear. Is he hiding something? How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. And how many people know this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. But invisibility exists. So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Did he have staged robbery to cover his tracks? Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Haraldson Hall of History? Gulp? Yes, he was. He made that very clear. But that doesn't mean that I had anything to do with this murder. I'm not saying that you did, but I need to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile? I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. It should have. William has been unreasonable, and I was frustrated, but that's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him. That shows more resentment than he's letting on. Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night? We have had disagreements in the past. he was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Wivengard's history. The citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. Nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history as if they couldn't get any worse. Anyways, it's clear Harold is passionate about his work. A passion drive him far enough to commit murder, though? Thank you for your time, Harold. Harold. That's funny. Steve Holt. We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people had a motive to murder William Frege, but who actually did it? Perhaps you should take some time to review everything you've learned. Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. It all started when the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief of the Sword of Spell Eating? We don't have a specific suspect, but we do know something about them. The thief is a powerful mage. The thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. But what about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that. I doubt Harold would lie about that, when we could easily confirm it with Steelwind. Right, but what happened next? They brazenly stole the Sword of Spell Eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the Kingsguard. And then there's Leafa's statement. The agents may have offended during their meeting. Didn't care about the missing artifact. Just have him. Maybe he just wanted the artifact stolen because it had something to do with dubious history. This tells us about William Frege. Leafa's account gives a clear fact about when William died. William died at the moment the body was found. He just spoke with Lord Frege before he went into his study. I mean, this is true, but before he went into his study? Unlike the Nightgrave case, the time of death was after this encounter. Something like this. What? This tells us about William Frege. William died before the lockdown was lifted. What? Leafa spoke with Lord Frege before he went into his study. Okay. And unlike our death was after this encounter. Those three things are all literally the same concept. So, he died after the sword was stolen. He died after the lockdown was activated. He died before the lockdown was lifted. Those are all like, that's fine. That was the first really like bad spin wheel one. Or, I don't know. Well, I think I was like trying to get at that when I said he died after the sword was stolen, or after the sword was reported. I guess that statement's like the most specific to like how they want me to focus on it. Like, it's alright. It's not that bad. This means whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. Yeah, it is like the most significant bits of all the things I was putting together. They had to have used the sword, right? That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would also have had the same effect. The murderer could have stolen the sword spell of eating to throw off the investigation. An anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many magics would be able to cast it. Can you cast an anti-magic field while you're already in the anti-magic field? Or do you have to, like, cast it outside the field and then have them overlap? Did we get the range on that? I think it was only 30 feet. Or it was pretty short. That's why they had all the sconces. $10 Wow, it's really short. I doubt any of the nobles here will let us see their spell compendia. Because of how powerful the magic field is, we can still conclude that the murderer is a powerful mage. This actually narrows down our list of suspects. It's still not concrete evidence, though. We haven't even spoken to all the suspects yet. Right, you never got a chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind. Give it a status, wonder if that would even be possible. Either way, it's a good start. It's not as if we're defending this case. Right. Trial's getting close anyways. You don't doubt Miss Timur's abilities, but you should share what you learn with her before the trial begins. It's a little strange. I haven't seen her since the investigation began. Yeah, she might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. Arrive at the dungeon and search for Miss Timur. She wasn't at the crime scene. She must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice. Or at least that's what you thought, but you don't see her anywhere. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, hi. You were so caught up in your thoughts. You didn't notice that you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell. I didn't expect to see you here. Ah! Celeste lets out a shriek as Eris approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards her sword. It appears that she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here? Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. She owes him money. That's why he made her go blind. He sent me here to help her through this ordeal. That brings up more questions, but you don't really have time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. You need to find Miss Timura. Have either of you seen Miss Timura? I have some things to share with her. She was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office. Do you have any idea when she'll be back? She didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message to her. Okay. I feel a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. Anyone should know about what you found during the investigation, it's her. Okay, let me tell you what I know. Spent some time going through your findings with Beatrice, from your list of suspects to the possible motives behind the murder. Notice that with each revelation, she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out. I see, you've certainly been very thorough. Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone. Underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Aster, you might suspect something. Huh. What? Sorry, I was just deep in thought. And you were able to catch some of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Aster has your best interests at heart. I know. Even though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend. And I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him. Of course not. Even he wouldn't support. Wait, did all the sisters be in on it? Huh. Wait, what was that? Her thoughts just said she was involved. Did she actually murder her father? Well, she said she was involved. Is something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? You look a little pale. Beatrice was actually behind this, but how? She's completely blind. She couldn't have navigated through the manor and avoided the guards. I don't know, she's pretty good at doing that. Oh, you must be taking her thoughts out of context. That's it. Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired. Think very carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a certain answer through the eye, but if you're wrong, Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you? You're not her attorney. Can't ask her that. Tyrion? You see her gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm. Huh. Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert? You didn't answer my question, Beatrice. As if I'd even need to justify it with a response. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I was not responsible for my father's murder, at least not directly. Those are some specific thoughts. An accomplice, did she work together with someone? Yeah, my mom. It's not good. Miss Timora? Your mentor seems to have sensed the mood in the air. She raises an eyebrow at you. Miss Timora, can I speak to you alone for a second? Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Miss Timora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Timora's gaze narrows, her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? I used the Eye of Horus on her. Well, she conspired with someone else to orchestrate William Frege's death. Oh boy. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they'd believe me anyways. You're the only other person who knows about my abilities. Okay. Just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you? Of course I am. I'm her attorney. But she's guilty. I saw it. Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Do you think I could just abandon a client minutes before a trial? No, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. Yeah. She's kind of right. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. You don't exactly have control over it. What? But I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later. I'll see you in court. Before you have a chance to respond, Miss Timora walks away. Celeste sees both of you and awkwardly approaches you. Hey, Tyrion, is everything okay? Gulp. Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this. What? You don't blame her for not believing you. It's not as if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. Although, why haven't you told her? You are lovers after all, according to Arya's Steelwind. Alright, I believe you. What? You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now? Think long and hard for a moment. When did Arya get attacked, though? She had Graveboy with her during the investigation. Dude, she's so hardcore. I love Arya. If you haven't figured that out. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Steelwind is handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved. Alright, if you say so. It's really none of your business. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. Rip. It's none of your business. Got a clean look at the backstop there. This isn't your fight. William Frege was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. That's why Mom killed him. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world is better off without him. It's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Who are you kidding? As if you were ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing. Whew. Alright. It is almost midnight. I hope to pick this back up tomorrow, but if I'm too sleepy, Wednesday might be good because I'm working from home Thursday. But anyways, have a good night. Now I'm saying anyways. All right. Bye.